Muy buenos días. Agradecemos a todos que por favor tomen asiento. En breve vamos a dar inicio.
Good morning. We're going to begin soon the CAF Festival, so please take a seat, turn off your phones, and we're going to begin this encounter, Voices for Our Region.
Buenos días. Vamos a dar inicio en estos momentos.
Good morning. We're gonna begin the festival CAF Voices for Our Region. We invite you to take a seat. Thank you very much.
Nuestra realidad y nuestros sueños, nuestro presente y futuro, se tejen todos los días. Y el hilo que une y da vida a este gran lienzo es la cultura. Una cultura que mueve al mundo y que en América Latina y el Caribe forma parte de una identidad diversa y a la vez compartida. En nuestra región, la cultura es motor integral de desarrollo económico, social y sostenible. Sin embargo, su importancia va mucho más allá de su potencial como herramienta económica. Es un pilar fundamental para la búsqueda del bienestar social, la construcción de ciudadanía y el fortalecimiento de la unión entre las personas. A pesar de su riqueza, la cultura
Even in spite of its richest culture in a region faces important challenges like low international projection, fragmentation of its productive systems, which limits access to resources and opportunities. In CAF, we understand culture as a necessary condition of development, because where there is culture, there is community and there is future. That is why today, from Panama, where we people meet, we give you a warm welcome to the festival Voices for the Region, culture that moves the world. an international event to recognize and highlight the value of culture and its capacity to transform lives, contributing to the general welfare and sustainable development of the region through accesses like music, literature, art, originary art, contemporary art, sustainable fashion, digital platforms, i- infrastructure of culture, and public policy would drive strategic alliances that broaden the international vision and strengthen inclusion, diversity. As a development bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, we are committed to keep on driving culture for a more sustainable region as an essential part of the identity of our people that creates a future of more opportunities for all. CAF, Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. Good morning. My name is Carolyn Schmid, and I want to welcome you to the Festival of Ideas, Voices for Our Regions, Culture that Moves the World, an event organized by CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, with the support of the Ministry of Culture of the Panama government. Today, we meet with a clear purpose: rediscover, above all, and drive the positioning of Latin American culture and Caribbean culture, not only as an artistic expression, but as a true motor or engine of development of and sustainability. In this meeting, more than 23 countries are represented from Latin America and the Caribbean, United States, France, and Spain, through 107 panelists, amongst them writers, visual artists, cultural managers, businessmen, editors that will participate in more than 35 forums and spaces of ideas. So I ask you for a strong round of applause for this great initiative. I want to extend a special greeting to the people that are accompanying us via streaming around the world. This event is being transmitted live in Spanish, English, and Portuguese through our YouTube channel. We encourage you to share your experience and reflections in social networks using hashtag Festival Voces CAF and follow us at Agenda CAF in on X, Instagram, and Facebook. Also, this festival will have parallel meetings simultaneously in three rooms within the same space that you will see behind you. We have the blue room, the green room, and the CAF Inspires room. These are going to operate under the format of silent rooms. How does this work? When you want to register or go into one of these sessions, you will just connect your earphones and scan the QR code in each room so you can enter the session. So download the app. Without further ado, we're going to begin, and I have the honor to invite on stage Alejandra Claros Borda, General Secretary of CAF. So please, a strong round of applause.
Días a todos. Muchísimas gracias por estar en este festival.
Good morning, all. Thank you for being in this festival, Voices for Our Region, Culture that Moves the World. I would like to ask all of you if you feel proud of being Latin American and Caribbean. Definitively, this is a new opportunity, and I want to thank you because this is an idea of the president, Sergio Diaz Granados, who is the president of CAF, the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. So please, a strong round of applause. Without him, this idea, because he said, create a festival of ideas. So we started to think, how could we concentrate ideas prior to the most important forum of Latin America and the Caribbean? And what we imagined would be the best would have to be a guiding thread, which is culture, is our identity. that which represents us. That is why today we have the honor to have the Nobel Peace Prize winner, Rigoberta Menchú, who I greet. Thank you for giving us the honor. We also have people that made possible building the story of CAF. We have ex-president of CAF, Mr. Enrique Garcia, the Minister of Education of Bolivia, the Minister of Costa Rica, and vice presidents, and each one of you. As the MC said, we have more than 102 panelists that have taken the effort of traveling from all over the world to Latin America to raise our voices. And I don't want to explain to you what it means culture for us, because culture is felt, is vibrates, and the best is that you will be able to see it here with a surprise, because the person that helped and allowed us to make this possible is the Minister of Culture of Panama, who will have a presentation for all of you. So without further ado, because our culture is vast and we don't need further words, the National Ballet of Panama.
Con ustedes, el Gran Ballet Folclórico de Panamá.
A todos los presentes.
Hooray culture in this encounter land. An important meeting with the broader countries. All Spaniards are voices of the region. We're going to use our hearts, our souls. Panama is the epicenter of culture. Hooray culture! Panama is a land of encounters. Panama is a land of encounters. Hooray to culture! Panama is a land of encounter and more. Hooray to culture of Panama. Hooray culture of Panama. It's our cultural heritage. Panama's culture and tradition. Cultures lived with passion.
Nuestro patrimonio cultural.
La cultura en Panamá.
Panamá es cultura y tradición.
Que viva la cultura en Panamá.
Ay, que viva la cultura en Panamá.
Que viva la cultura en Panamá.
Dentro mucho más.
Que viva la cultura en Panamá.
Panamá es encuentro y tradición.
Que viva la cultura en Panamá.
Ay, que viva la cultura en Panamá.
Que viva la cultura en Panamá.
Panamá tierra de encuentro y mucho más.
Que viva la cultura en Panamá.
El sombrero pintado es con Goya.
La cultura en Panamá.
Son nuestro patrimonio cultural.
La cultura en Panamá.
Panamá es cultura y tradición.
Que viva la cultura en Panamá.
El folclore aquí se vive con pasión.
Que viva la cultura en Panamá.
Ay, que viva la cultura en Panamá.
La cultura en Panamá.
Panamá tierra de encuentro y mucho más.
La cultura en Panamá.
Sombrero pintado en Congo ya.
Que viva la cultura en Panamá.
Ay, son nuestro patrimonio cultural.
Que viva la cultura en Panamá.
Ay, que viva la cultura en Panamá.
La cultura en Panamá.
Panamá tierra de encuentro y mucho más.
La cultura en Panamá.
A latinos el Caribe es un portal
La cultura en Panamá.
que promueve nuestra agenda cultural.
Que viva la cultura en Panamá.
Un sombrero pintado en Congo ya.
Que viva la cultura.
aplauso para esta excelente representación artística y
A strong round of applause for this excellent representation of Panama. We're going to ask right now to please come to the stage for the official picture to Mr. Sergio Díaz-Andrados, Executive Director of CAF, the Secretary of CAF, and Rigoberto Menchú, Nobel Prize Peace, to the group that has just presented All National Ballet, to please have the official picture. We're waiting for the minister. We have the honor to see the dance of Maruja Herrera. Right now, we're taking the official picture to start Voices for Region. We ask to please stay on the stage. National Ballet is coming. And we're also waiting for folkloric ballet to please come to the stage and join this official picture to open Voices for Region. Please come in. Also the originary groups, so you can be all in the picture. With this multicolor, cultural, artistic representation, we have this official picture of this big encounter where we meet and talk about culture and, of course, artistic representation of the host country, Panama. Big round of applause, please. Immediately, there's a camera that will be hovering over you. Please send your greetings, 1, 2, 3, above you. Thank you very much to all of you for this excellent dance and artistic representation of Panama. Big round of applause. It has been several days of preparation. This National Ballet, Folkloric Ballet of Panama, to represent all the groups or cultural representations of Panama. Thank you very much to all ballet, folkloric and national. Thank you very much. Next, we have also a message and a surprise, a special message in this context, of course, of art and nature, culture. A message of Gustavo Dudamel, musical director of Simon Bolivar Orchestra, that has recorded this video for this special occasion. Hello everybody. It's an honor for me to be able to share with you right now this special time in this festival in which will be open for important exchange of ideas, to be able to understand and carry out beyond the meaning of art, culture, as identity, as an emblem of deep transformation, social transformation. CAF, Development Bank of Latam and the Caribbean, has been a wonderful messenger in the ideal of the system for the youth orchestra in Venezuela, and continue understanding the true dimension of art beyond entertaining, but to transform. It's essential to create a more empathic space where we can listen, understand, even through our differences. So I send you a special hug and I wish you the best and always keep on. Definitely, it's an honor to receive the words for this encounter, these remarks, as Gustavo Dudamel is the director of Simon Bolivar Orchestra. This show that we have seen, you can share it because it's been broadcasting alive through YouTube in CAF account. So it's an honor for all people to be present online in this event. Next, we're going to welcome an excellent dancer representing our country, the Minister of Culture, Mrs. Maruja Herrera. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for this space, so extraordinary and really new. Honor Mrs. Rigoberta Manchu, Nobel Peace Prize, Sergio Díaz Granados, Director of la CAF, Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, Excellencies, Ministers, Representatives of Education and Culture of the Americas, Ambassadors, Heads of Diplomatic Missions, and Representatives of International Institutions, National Authorities, Members of the High Executive of la CAF, distinguished panelists, strategic allies, and special guests, artists, cultural managers, creatives, folklorists, handcrafters, students of art, participants, all, media, friends, in behalf of the President, I give you a special greeting in this repertoire that is going to celebrate an special encounter, the Latin American encounter, as an integral engine of social and economical development in a nation understood as a community that hosts an own territory with a common identity and organized under a government. Culture represents tradition and culture, has a way of living, share, and being, and it's authentic. This way, it's special and it's non-transferable. Culture is that special force that generates the development of the peoples, consolidating their progress in all society. History, remember, that has been the invisible thread that joined countries, and this encounter of voices for a region, culture that move people, it's a statement of this principle. It's important initiative that we thank that was born with the conviction of putting an economic scenario, the cultural representations, and will give visibility to the enrichment of our region, to project it with force and unity from the indigenous traditions that convey ancestor knowledge and with a unique cosmovision enriched with the contribution of Africans and Asians and even the artistic movements that give voice to our social fight. Culture has been the space where where the citizens are built that feed the sense of belonging of our nations. The Latin America and the Caribbean Development Bank understand culture as a pillar where innovation, dialogue, and creativity and diversity are essential pillars to consolidate and project Latin American culture and Caribbean. And will comply with opening those paths so folklorists, creators, artists can go to different markets and can access to new opportunities, promoting dialogue and integration. Undoubtedly, in times where is demanded resilience, culture is becoming our compass, reminds us that sustainable development it's not to it's not built and just to be decreed. Without roots, the histories or stories are just stories. They need to be lived, defined. It's an ongoing experience. This festival, it's a space to recognize and to build bridges and to ensure that American culture and Caribbean move the world.
I recognize the great effort and commitment of the CAF, investing in the essence of our peoples that are our people, expressing their culture. Congratulations and thank you. A strong round of applause for the CAF that made it possible to reconnect, meet, and have a common sense to talk, because beyond fulfilling its mission of driving economic development and regional integration through financing of projects, its purpose, the provision of cooperation, technical cooperation, specialized services, the development framework of Latin America and the Caribbean has had the sensibility to distinguish that culture is also a vehicle of dignity, identity, and collective well being. With this same spirit, this occasion is ideal to share a bit of our national culture plan here in Panama. From 2025 until 2032, following the same purposes, that creates a milestone to create for the first time in Panama a public policy that recognizes culture as a civilian right and an axis of development built upon the general law of culture and the fruit of a broad national dialogue. This plan proposes the equitative development of arts, heritage, and creativity in each corner of the country, transcending governments and generations, with strategies that strengthen institutionality, driving creative economy, protecting our historical memory, and promoting diversity, inclusion, innovation, sciences, and technology. This instrument invites all citizens to participate actively in the construction of a cohesive Panama that is prosperous and proud of its shared cultural heritage. Today, we're going to have volunteers that will support us to do the citizens consultancy in virtue of having the greatest participation of the community in the design of the first national plan of culture of Panama. Thanks to the CAF for this noble space to share this moment. I want to thank especially the participation of each one of you here, present here today, that have added your contribution to this festival of Latin America and the Caribbean. And with your presence, you support this initiative. This way, we welcome you to this first CAF Festival, Voices for Our Region, culture that moves the world, with a vision of the economic sector for the Americas that puts their citizens and their cultures at the forefront, with a profound comprehension of human society of the 21st century, whose DNA is a stronghold of development and progress. Panama thanks infinitely today be the host country. Thank you to be the headquarters of this meeting that I am sure is a great first step to visualize and strengthen the soul of our countries and project our voices with pride and unity, always remembering that art unites us and culture enriches us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister of Culture of Panama, and now Maru Herrera. Now I'm going to call a leader that is the promoter of this important gathering for the region. I call Mr. Sergio Diaz Granas, Executive President of CAF, for whom I ask a strong round of applause. Minister of Culture of Panama, Maria Eugenia Guerrero, thank you for your presentation. Few ministers, Jorge, have the capacity of Maruja of rousing this auditory as she did. Kind greeting to the promoter of this festival, the Secretary General of CAF, Mrs. Rigoberta Michun. And Rigoberto, thank you for being with us in this version. Our good friend Jorge Rodrigo Vives, the Ministry of Culture of Costa Rica, Minister of Bolivia, Mr. Enrique Garcia, President of CAF. Thank you for being with us today, Mr. Man. A special salute to my colleagues, Vice President, members of the diplomatic bodies, multilateral organisms of the Panama Republic, national and international authorities, strategic allies, the cultural managers, artists, special guests, panelists, all of you, thank you for being with us here today. Today is before the Economic Forum of Latin America and the Caribbean, for the second occasion organized by CAF to promote a much more structured dialogue, more focused between the public and private sector. The discussion arose with the teams of CAF, this reflection that are ideas which move economic growth. Ideas allow us to solve the gaps we're facing. And what better way than having a festival of ideas? This festival of ideas obviously has culture as the main protagonist. Culture, as the minister said minutes before, connects with our essence. It is our identity, reflects our roots, projects the enormous collective potential that we have as Latin American and Caribbean people. The representation of the ballet is a synthesis. Panama is a synthesis of what we are in Latin America and the Caribbean. We see the development from the bank as something measured in numbers, but also in the capacity of our societies to create, to dream, and to reconnect with its diversity. For more than 30 years, CAF has been working on cultural management as a fundamental pillar of our institutional action. Dudamel mentioned this, the strategic alliance that Enrique made to support the orchestra systems in Venezuela, give music to children from an early age, how music, reading, comprehension of the value of the culture helps us to create peaceful societies with creativity. Throughout these years, we seek for this culture to have a much more important role in the development agenda of our countries. We've promoted in physical infrastructure of the bank to have this integration houses that helps us to see us as a mirror of the region. Here in Panama next year in March, we're going to inaugurate our operational hub for the north. And this building, more than housing spaces for work and the it will be a diffusion center of Latin American and Caribbean culture. But we also want to do this in Bogota, in Caracas, Lima, Quito, Buenos Aires, Montevideo, and Santiago of Chile, La Paz, and the rest of Central America, Costa Rica, Salvador. How can we not do this from an institution such as ours, which is embedded in the DNA of Latin America? Our strategic cultural strategy, we've built on 5 pillars: artistical, musical education, driving reading and writing. I want to thank the Gabo Foundation, an alliance started by Enrique with my countryman, Gabriel Garcia Marquez. And today, we're using this alliance to drive reading and writing amongst children, the revitalization of our museums and theaters, promotion of our artists, and the safeguarding of our invaluable heritage. And we give this importance from the bank because culture is much more than some beliefs. It's an engine that drives collective well-being. This culture is a bridge also between generations, territories, and dreams. It's a base on which we can build resilient societies, inclusive societies with much more hope and confidence. Our purpose with this festival is to keep doing it. This is the week of Latin America and the Caribbean. It happens with ISMO. We're gonna do it in the 200 years of the Congress. We have an exhibition of the message. We use Panama as an isthmus that joins us. We're gonna have a space to invite the development of creativity and, above all, respect for our roots. We want to strengthen this regional integration, facilitate the creation of networks, project a shared vision of the future. We see Latin America as a region of solutions in midst of news that are sometimes complex to assimilate. We see our region taking a step towards action, projecting as a region that has solutions, alternatives to a world that needs them. This culture that we're going to express today and dialogue today is going to be our support for development. And from the bank, we will promote, as we've been doing for some time, promoting this idea that culture is recognized as a fundamental human right and a strategic axis in building more prosperous regions. Welcome again to the Festival of Ideas and the International Economic Forum. Thank you for your words, Sergio Diaz Granados, Executive President of CAF. And we continue with this agenda after these valuable interventions to inaugurate the festival officially. I am pleased to invite again on the set Alejandra Clarus Bordos, Secretary General of CAF, who has organized this event and is going to introduce us to the first panel of this event. So, thank you. Since the president already inaugurated this important festival, I'd like to begin this main session. And the main session has a fundamental sense because culture has an immense power that is creating spaces that are free of violence. And that is why we have Rigoberta Menchú, Nobel Peace Prize winner, defensor of human rights and indigenous peoples, whose work is a light for the whole continent and the inspiration of this important activity we have today. So that is why we invite you so you can come on the stage. I'd also like to present Keina Eletsam of Brazil, Director of Research and Content of the Amazon Biennial, because we are committed in defending the environment and also provide visibility to all that concerns our cultural heritage and environmental heritage. She's an important director of research. With her commitment in the diffusion and preservation of arts and culture in our region, will accompany Mrs. Rigoberta Manchu. We have great values in Latin America and the Caribbean. A month ago, there was a magazine where it was determined that one of the most important curators of Latin America and the Caribbean was Emiliana Valdez from Guatemala, that you're going to be able to share with him a magister conversation about culture and its contribution of what it could be, and the culture as a vital tissue of Latin America and the Caribbean. So please go ahead. So, good morning to all. I'm very happy to be here in Panama. What an honor and privilege to share the scenario with a great reference of the culture of peace, but also a personal reference to me and also country. Lady Rigoberta, also my colleague, friend, professional. Thank you for this space. Thank you, Panama, for hosting us so warmly. Thank you, CAF, for this great effort. And under the director of your executive president, the Secretary General, also thank you, Claudia Casanino, for your invitation and allowing us to meet today. I don't have the capacity, diplomatic capacity of the people here, but I also extend my greetings to all the representatives of the countries, the press, friends, colleagues, and future friends. The idea of this panel today, it is quite important, the tone of the festival. So, for our region to put culture at the forefront of thinking about the diversity of our region, not as a weakness, but one of the great strengths of America, Latin America. And before getting into the subject, and with the permit of Mrs. Menchu, I would like to invoke the energy of the day. It is a habitual practice in Guatemala of today. The energy is Hopcan, 5, serpent, Kukulkan, Quetzalcoatl, a feathered serpent. Energy that is creative, forming, that drives movement and change. Results of the joining of space and time. Kukuleo, heart of the heaven and the earth, union of the elements for life, forming force, transformational force, and justice force. I think the energy of the day, it couldn't be more adequate for the subjects and ideas that join us today. So, with this, I'd like to begin the conversation asking both of you to describe, maybe succinctly, the specific context in which you are thinking and working on currently. And I do this informally because I think practices sometimes help us to develop our thoughts on the diversity of peoples in Latin America. Okay. Because of unanimity, I'm going to take the word. So first, I'd like to thank this sacred place that allows us to breathe the great oxygen and feel the great movement, cosmic movement of Mother Earth. Really, connection of each one of us is so immense that makes us possible to fill this room, but also bless our words, our ideas, so that they are pertinent. Because humans, a lot of times, get very motivated and we go towards utopia. And if we don't reach utopia, we also leave a lot of sadness and inconformity along the way. So the Creator, remind us that we are very small inspiration of the universe. Each person is a small inspiration, and within our being as inspiration, we should do everything possible to be happy, creative, the builders, and everything that art, sciences, culture means, the knowledge that each one of us has sown throughout many years in our lives. I want to thank CAF for the invitation. Mr. Sergio Diaz Granados, thank you for making me part of this emblematic festival. I am sure that this is going to create a before and after, because this is an open summons that is going to reach all these people that want to be visible, that want to say something, join their voices, and also expect to inspire themselves with this enormous and great continent that we have, which is Latin America and the Caribbean, where truly in every corner there's so much life and so much creativity. I think that culture is created by human beings, men and women, children, young people, women. Culture is built by everyone. And that is why it is so diverse and difficult to typify. But we're also here to invite the academy, intellectuals, invite everybody to contribute with their parts, that do what they have to. So if I'm here as an intellectual, academic, as an activist, as an indigenous woman, as a woman that carries a Mesoamerica that is extraordinary, and at the heart of Central America. So we are here as creators, builders, as people that have a leadership. And I think this is a summons for leadership. This is the context I would like to see, that the leaders know how to build really what is the development of Latin America and the Caribbean. And that is the inspiration that makes this possible, this development bank of Latin America and the Caribbean. I am grateful for making me part of this construction. Thank you, Alejandra, General Secretary of CAF, because after meeting for a long time, knowing each other, we're together in this construction. Thank you for the invitation. I extended myself, but I think that the most important thing is what we're going to do. We've already thought so much. I remember when I left Guatemala 44 years ago, and almost half a century of my life hugging cultures and peoples, hugging artists, embracing artists, filmmaker. Many of them created their initiatives in silence. Many of them, we never got to know their names. However, they made it possible to create an identity, to have a continent we love thanks to them. And we have a sense of self-determination thanks to them. We have a sense of determination as peoples, as cultures, as countries, as territories, and all that we have here in Latin America. So thank you. We pay homage to those who dreamt, and thanks to their dreams is that today we feel very proud as pioneers of changes in Latin America. So I invite you to work together. Let's create initiatives. Let's make our initiatives feasible. I dreamt for 40 years to have a revolution. But what revolution, what I changed along the way, and a lot of that is conscience. If we change our conscience, we're gonna have an enormous quantity of initiatives that dignify our peoples, dignify, but also guarantee a generational relief. I come here as an elderly woman, seeing how many builders I left along the way. And I know that is not many, but I can count them with my fingers, those young people with whom we fought together against silence, against racism in the 80s, and few of us are alive. So please take advantage of us, those who already walked these paths, so we can join our efforts. So, welcome to the youth. Welcome, young filmmakers, and those who already use technology, science, universality, so that this happy spirit of Latin America can reach them. We're happy, we dance, sometimes with sadness, but sadness is turned into a way of life. So, thank you, CAF, for this opportunity. I feel part of you, authorities, distinguished creators, artists, and above all, thank you, Sergio, for this leadership. I think this is what makes things possible. If there is no one that sets the stone, well, somebody has to do it. And you had to do this, to place this huge stone that awakes the conscience of Latin America and the Caribbean in CAFs. So, a lot of blessings for CAF.
Can you hear me? Well, good morning, you all. Before everything, so we need to get started a little bit for Portuguese to be ready to do so. Good morning. Well, I was just asking for some blessings to our ancestor here in this case, in order to talk to my parents, because if I'm here, it's because everybody's here ready. So thank you very much. I would like to give everything. It's an incredible welcoming. Thank you very much to the President Sergio from CAF and every single team of the CAF who received myself in a really well way, in a really good way, because he's gonna be the person who's gonna be in charge as well for those kind of things that got started in Paraguay in the House of Integration. So of course to the whole team of the integration in Paraguay. Because I have to speak in Portuguese. Because my Spanish is not that good. You can understand, of course, in order to dance because of the Portuñol. And if you don't comprehend something, it's just because I'm pretty nervous. I'm really happy to be here with you as well. So I'm here just like a person who's coming from Brazil as well, because of the culture is the presence as well. And because of quality and quantity, because the thing is less is more. So in this case we have the huge thing, it's plus is more quality, more sophistication according to complexity, of course, because it's a little bit more life as well. because the culture is a part of the revolution that could be that you can say plus just a smile because so many times were some structures that made us to cry, to suffer, and the huge revenge is smile because of the culture, because of the collective smiling as well, life, health, and the opportunity, because of the self-esteem as well, an opportunity to perceive that we're not by ourselves. Because in this case, middle of the word, we're gonna try to do so in a collective smile with the possibility that will be recognized, of course, in this case. And in this case, in order to show in this revolution thing, in this conversation, with the leaders and everybody who's been here is not always in order to recognize the collective responsibility. I'm really humble because we're gonna have the responsibility to place the smile in the collectivity. And that space that we should be here to Latin America. So it's gonna be because of the smile, because of the culture. We can be recognized as well because of the smile, because of the orientation, because of the hands, of course. Work together in collectively way. So being just a person who represents here just Brazil and this Amazonic part, so we're gonna be ready because of the waters that is gonna be founded and also bring some memory, and this is kind of things. So this contribution, of course, but the contribution of the culture, because of whatever of the things is gonna be able to do so, because Rigoberta, for example, you know the existence of this lady, the lady in the school, so we're gonna be able to, like a poem, so we're gonna be able to do so, see her struggling, and is gonna be able, because of the smile, because of the situation, and as a possibility and the responsibility, of course, to be in the point as well. Thank you very much for your invitations and for giving us just a context where the place that they think and they are struggling as well. And just to mention that I really like this idea that in every single presentation there is a new proposal in the sense of the culture, what it is, and in this case, and the essence is who we are. So according to this, because it's exactly what it is when we are together, there is something that is really important in both cultures, in the Keila, maybe more specific within the art world as well, and Rigoberta as well, we're gonna be able to be more politic as well, because there is a change that we understand the culture, the production of something towards the exterior, in order to see here, in order to and sanitary as well, in our relationship with the people who are talking to. So I would really like to elaborate just a little bit of the space to generate some spaces. There are some special cultures determined in the first part, and in order to do so, to generate some links in this related to the plate consensus and recognition, and this recognition, and of course the culture itself in this case, and the end of the Amazonians, according to the second edition, there is an institutional collective very young, but it's part of a dream, of course. But it's gonna be 13 years to develop. It's gonna be something strong that is gonna be able to consolidate. Really too difficult to consolidate because we are here. One of the stronger parts of the things in this case of the Amazonians is to recognize the Amazonic territories and a space and a wider space of knowledge, not only because of the resources, but also because the Amazonic space, we're gonna be able as sources in order to go out as well. And the idea to construct this Bienal of these Amazonics, in this case, in this territory of the Brazilian, with the countries on the territories Amazonic and Caribbean as well, because Amazonia, Caribbean, have a place of intellectuality that the people they be aware to recognize in order to be able to do so, in order to see just any space of development of as a resources. It's a very difficult, I guess, a huge part of my life at 30 years old to work 25 countries with the indigenous. Because I understand in every single territory the system of the current right, an international one. There is going to be something extraordinary because of the power of their vision or systems or the interchange, because we get started of the towns, because we're gonna be Bolivia, Argentina, Ecuador, because of our Mayas. In that part, with some initiatives and the ancestral, because of the spirituality, of course, because there is a part that we couldn't tackle in that case related to the specifically with the awareness, with the determination, with the autonomy, because it's gonna be part of the food sovereignty, which guarantees the creation and construction because of the identity. So I do believe, knowing these rules from Mesoamerica, and because of the diversity, linguistics, and towns, and everything is kind of amazing. So, like people that it has been changed, I guess, because there is a rule, a path of way, because there is a huge amount of contributions of the typification, the conceptualization of which is the diversity, the plurality, and diverse in order to be harmonized, the harmony. What happens in here is what is living. So I do believe there is a conjuncture that allows us to synthesize ways, less conflicted ways, as our vision. In order to talk, of course, because the contemporary art with is it perceived is already in there. And I would say that if we would like to innovate culture, science, technology, knowings as well, related to the conference, and Caribbean, because it's pretty important because of the creation of the arts, as well as the historical patches, as well, in this case, our language and ancestor language. Of course, there are any ways to reach, and in this case, maybe, and a little bit part of this. So maybe there's a vision who dignifies as well as going to dignify everybody because there is a reconciliation, of course. And why? Because we do need the identity is not gonna be hereby because just we were born in that booth as well. So our die when we feel that case as well, in order to do so and to reproduce, and we do this word a vehicle of the future. For example, I come here as summer, I don't know, there is something that I need to do so because we need to generate some round tables of interchanges as well of huge messages, carriers. In this case, we're extraordinary stories and ideas, of course, because it's gonna be a common table, so it's gonna be just like an agenda, and it's my expectation in this case. Well, thank you very much. I would like to take advantage of these interventions. And in this particular question, so it's gonna be just from some speculations, and one of the motives that we're gonna be able and is gonna be able to do so, and it's gonna be in that part, of course, and maybe because it's not just a question if we're not gonna be able to construct in this case and in this scenario with every single things and the tools and the capability and the addition is just how to construct just the infrastructure institutions or taking into account like the doctor to be incorporated, the identity, the way we are to reflect in a better way and with this function. The contemporary art, of course, but of course I would imagine that this Museum of Art Contemporary will be in Guatemala to understand the tissue as a part of the categories. And it's gonna be able to do so. So we're gonna be able to have the epistemologies. So we're gonna be able to do so. This is just a question. Because in every single part of the art, as the challenges as well, they are always like an engine to walk and to have new possibilities and to have the recognition is pretty important. With that, some alliances and how this recognition would be with these kind of things, and with gestures, managers, with the people who are connected with the scientific, and in order to be able to do so as a practice of the payments, of course. So we're gonna be able to do so, of course, because of the painters and sculptures. As in these kind of things, in order to place, in this case, in order to be more central or focused in these kind of things, in order to have this intellectually in this practice, of course, to recognize as well, and the academical part in these kind of things and in these practices, of course, and is gonna be able to do so as an academic part. So this one is pretty important, of course. So as well with this movement as well, every single leader, of course, from the agriculture, in this case, we're going to talk about this because the agriculture is going to be able to do so, from the agriculture until the economy, until medicine, of course, and as intellectual or scientific as well, because it's well paid, of course. So there are too many tribes within the continent, and related to this version of 2013 with the Mexico and everything, to try to understand the indigenous right, how to get into the doctor in order to have, in order to know what that is, how is the right. Because it's the first part that we have the signature, and this the signature when I have the honor to be a teacher, a professor, but investigator. How many indigenous people are the extraordinary topics? So we're going to be able to convoke as well, and to have a round table in order to nurse what? To nurse the agenda in every single strategy of CAF. So because there are some institutions that they have done to every single part, which is going to be able to do so, that to have the opportunity, of course, to enhance and to reach, because it's the development, of course, of Latin America and Caribbean. Of course, when we talk about development, it's not only we talk about the conception, of course, but we're talking about a full life sense for our lives. I do think there are some experiences as well, and no doubt that this festival, in fact, is convoking to every single human beings that they have in order to share, and too many experiences to share, which is the focusing experiences, successful experiences. I do believe that we are, because of the successful experiences, the results are going to be sooner. So we're gonna be able to have, I have the intervention. First of all, we're gonna have with this 25, because it's gonna have a huge more last cutting edge cell phone, but it doesn't have batteries, so it was something in order to do so. So we need to invest, of course, more within this search of dignification, not only as we're going to be able to create the art, because they have so many stories in the art, and how we're gonna be able to be identified in order to enhance and to be able to do so pragmatic, for not to typify my art like mine, but to try to get the notion of the universal. So because universal, we are universal, human beings are universal. So this is just the beginning of who's gonna brand it, because of this, that's pretty cool, because he's gonna be able to do so, because maybe it's not working, in order to understand, because there is something that we have the territories, we are eager to do so, young people, to create, to build it up, and to have an opportunity in order to do so, in order to say what you want to do. So I guess it is like this. So I guess that, well, thank you both, in order to continue just as a brief way, and to continue thinking in some ideas that we're gonna be able to do so. I would really like to do so as a transformation, and how is the visions of visibility of construction, or they have the permeability, some other ambits that in the future will be more fair, or more solidarity, and more ideas. But there is just a play with the full horizontal, because they're specifically horizontal. We need to go back in order to do something, and it's something which is really important, because there is some responsibility, there are practicals and very different, and it's gonna be able to do so in order to talk about this collectively. And there is something that was really thing to recognize as well, because of the interchange that is gonna be able to do so. I don't know if the culture changes or not, but I don't know if they recognize the changes are like that, because maybe there are some more sensitive, and according to this, to recognize as well the recognition. I don't want to become philosopher, but these kind of things, of course, I just would like to just to talk a little bit, because of Rigoberto, as I say, because what do you think about this possibility, this to recognize the change as well? What makes the change? Well, I do believe that this part that we are doing here is dialogue. So if we have a willingness to dialogue, we're going to find some mechanisms like reciprocity as well. I would really like to know that you're transmitting what you know, and what you know as well. That is just something that is going and coming as well. The reciprocity as well. But it's not gonna happen according to the respect. I respect yourself, you respect myself, and it's gonna be able to do so. If it's gonna be able to do so, maybe we discuss in order to talk about this, in order to talk about the identity, because it's something which is political. because we cannot think, for example, the territory of the Quiches wouldn't be defended because of the Quiches. The Quiches, because that's where I'm coming from. If I have a forest, which is really foggy at Chimel, and maybe there is an hereby from my ancestors, there are some sacred places, there are some rivers in there, and is gonna be able to do so. Because of the patriotism and determination. I think the dialogue, because of this dialogue as well, so we're gonna be placed the next week around table. In this case, I guess maybe they're doable, the proposals that we got as well, because maybe there are 10% of these initiatives that we say, for example, because I say, okay, I'm gonna generate this first idea. Because of the 90%, it was famished in the air.
It's very important today to strengthen the trust of communities, artists, uh, those that have intellectual property, and there's some artists that does not allow us, some obstacles that don't allow us to have a typification. Who could do this? There's a lot of university that can help us, but also intellectuals, also pioneers of communities. So if they are not there, we're going to repeat the same. There's no dialogue. And then the harmony, it goes through problems finding a solution. And here's not only art, here, us, the Mayas, we safeguard some secrets, especially for the management of our sacred symbols, the management of our concept of spirituality, our ancestral knowledge with which we manage energies, life, and the interpretation of the Mayan calendar. I can only share with someone that understands this. If they don't understand this, they're going to say, she's a great witch. And well, I feel that there are some stereotypes that we have to break. And here is where I congratulate the speech of Dr. Sergio Diaz. Education is the precursor so that we can have a proposal of education on culture from this stage of the Development Bank of Latin America using technology. This means an investment. It's not inertia, it is an investment on purpose. I think we can contribute a lot, and hopefully we can have tables or forums in Bolivia and Panama, Mesoamerica, wherever there's an opportunity, and we can trace a common path. I think so. So that we can sell this better, this, I think we will be happy. Just to go more in depth or talk a bit more about the subject, when you talked, I thought about how the possibilities of being in the spaces intellectually influencing these spaces is very important. But the idea of respect is very important, as you mentioned, because obviously we have, in some places, we have to behave in a specific way. But I think there's an intellectualism I don't know how to say in Spanish, but that spills over through Latin America and Caribbean that is very important and valued. Like the question, why a minister cannot dance? Well, we saw that, yeah, she can. Why a minister, in the case of Brazil, cannot sing? Not only because she sings and dancing, but they are leaders, ministers, recognized leaders that hear our voices. These these leaders should be very well respected. Thank you, Minister. Well, thank you for this invitation to listen to us, to appropriate of the methodology of love, of recognition, humanity in each one of us. We know that humanity is something that is exercised. I think we must close this panel, but the invitation is to continue these conversations along the day. There's a lot of spaces where I am sure these ideas are gonna arise again. And thank you for your disposition, for sharing your experience, and thank you for the whole audience for being with us here today. Thank you very much. We don't have the recipe because amongst all, we must build that or create that recipe. That is the most important idea that I found in life. I leave my ideas and people say, oh, how pretty, but they are yours. But when we create a joint idea together, we are betting on success, and that is that us indigenous people are open to seek the best participation, and we can find the best proposal. Also, women can provide a better proposal of education. Everything we've worked on is culture of peace that uh, uh, unites all of us. And there's languages, there's academies of languages of economic peoples, of indigenous people. You're starting by in Guatemala. In internet, you can see what you like. Imagine women dancing, teaching their arts. And I say, if I had lived that part in my life as a young woman, if I grew up with that, if it wasn't war, controversy, well, maybe I would be a bit more lost in the world. I had to combine both things. Uh, and then I had resilience. So surely we'll seek double vision like our grandparents say. Thank you, Panama, uh, our Kuna brothers, and I hope you invite us many, many times. Thank you. Thank you very much. We can stay with these words, being sure that this is the perfect place to obtain that recipe we need so much and put the culture at the center of conversations. Now, we also invite you to take advantage of the simultaneous sessions that are going to begin in these spaces. So, we're going to go more in depth into specific subjects. And I want to remind you that these are silent rooms. So, to be able to participate, you must connect your headphones. You can get headphones and scan the QR of the room in which you want to participate so you can access. We'll see you back here at 3 p.m. for the panel Designing from memory, sustainable fashion, design with purpose, innovation, identity, and responsibility. Thank you all. our next panel, designing from memory, sustainable fashion, design with a purpose, innovation, identity, and responsibility. To moderate this panel, I'm going to invite on stage Tania Melendez, Senior Curator of Education and Public Programs in the Institutional Technological Museum, for which I ask a big round of applause. Tania is accompanied by three panelists, three fashion designers who I also invite on stage. They are Carla Fernandez, Jenny Bastidas, and Gabriela Esquivel. So please come on stage. This way, I gave the mic to Tanya so she can moderate this next panel. Thank you all of you, for being here today. It is a joy to be in this event organized by the CAF. And before coming on stage, we were chatting, laughing, and celebrating that in an event dedicated to culture, they gave a main session to fashion, and that our discipline is recognized as part of culture. This is something very important for all of us. So, the first thing I'm going to do is talk about the three women here on stage with me, and that all of them had done a very admirable work in their countries. It's marvelous to see that practically we have from the south of the continent to the north, from Paraguay, Argentina, Venezuela, Mexico, and I am based in New York City. I am going to present you in alphabetical order. Jessica Bastidas is a designer, textile narrator whose works arises from the intersection of memory, sustainability, and feminine power. Bravo. Jenny Bastidas transforms ancestral techniques and popular knowledge in contemporary silhouettes, dignifying the work of artisan women and celebrating Venezuelan heritage. Her is recognized for the commitment with ethics and social transformation, and she positions sustainability not as a trend, but as a cultural and ethical act. It's important to mention that her brand is based in Venezuela. Gary Esquivel studied in Paris, then she moved to New York at the beginning of 2000, where she had a successful career. Her first brand, Monsieur Esquivel, presented collections published by international media like Vogue and Elle, with real sales in luxury stores in the United States, such as Bloomingdale's. Her work was prized by the Ecodomani Foundation, and after her phase in New York, she returned to Latin America, and now in Paraguay, the brand Mariscal emphasizes culture, responsible design, cultural identity, and poetry of Latin America. And Carla Fernandez is a Mexican fashion designer, recognized internationally because of her fashionable ethics and the preservation of the cultural heritage of Mexico. Based on Mexico City, she collaborates with artists to create contemporary pieces using traditional techniques and a fair production model. Her designs have been exhibited in different museums around the world, like Victoria and Albert in London, Isabella Stewart Gardner in Boston, the Denver Art Museum, Gallery 19 in Paris. She's been granted the Visionary Prize in 2018 by Design Miami and the Prince Cloud Award in 2014. The three designers have have a lot in common. However, when we see the work of your brands, it is very different between amongst you. You all have a different path, but you have a similar interests like sustainability in terms of the environmental terms, but also social and economic welfare of the Latin American peoples, and you're very interested in the preservation of textiles. So the first question to begin the conversation is how, from fashion, can we preserve artisanal techniques of our countries? And the format we're going to have is we're going to show some images of your work, and you're going to answer the questions from the perspective of your brand and the work behind it. So all of you, while they explain the way in which they work, so you can see their work in the fashion world. So in what way, from fashion, can we preserve the artisanal techniques of our countries? Well, I commented to Tanya that I would turn it around. How our artisanal the top five of the most polluting sectors in the planet and one of the most cruel in production. uh, Artisanal creations are the response for environmental equilibrium. We're talking about true sustainability focused on the community. The art made with the hands is also done with the mind and hearts, and that is why it's slow and few pieces are made. Fashion in communities says no to planned obsolescence. They're not made to be thrown away. The way of production and creation of ancient peoples puts a stop to fast fashion and also shows the false neoliberal urgency that season after season prioritizes volume over care. So this is what they have made us believe, only thinking that there's a system of fashion, but there are many. I would like to launch in this forum the question of who should learn from whom. Good afternoon. Thank you uh, for this invitation. Even though my formation happened in Europe, I am more and more Latin America, and my decision to return to Paraguay, where my mother was from, not only has to do with my roots, but I was surprised by a people of more than 2,500 inhabitants, where 90% of women are weavers, and they use this ancestral knowledge and pass it from generation to generation. And when I got there 8 years ago, I saw that these women had a power that they were not aware of. They were reduced of making souvenirs of Paraguay, but they didn't know they had the same knowledge of the weavers of Presage in Paris, the best in the world. They only needed a structure and a training to improve the standards. So after some work, my decision was to live with them because art cannot be made through emails or WhatsApp. You must understand, and it is a co-creation. So what we do, we don't do folkloric pieces. We don't create pieces representing Paraguay. No, we represent a knowledge that extends throughout the whole of Latin America, which is an ancestral knowledge that represents our people. I was a bit confused uh, because we were before the economic forum because I believe fashion is an important economic structure. We create jobs, create jobs, we generate an impact on society, but we have limitations because in Latin America, we're almost subversive. We work, there's absence of the state. So when we generate jobs, we generate other problems some problems that are not accompanied by public policies. But so if we're here, we ask to be heard. Our objects talk by themselves, and people have the potential, and above all, that craftsmanship is not just some art that adorns the country. No, we're an economic structure that has a great social impact. Very important that a development bank creates a subject that can be considered as vain. I come from Venezuela. I direct from Venezuela a project of fashion inspired in popular culture. Culture itself is communication.
Patrimonio son quizás banderas que pueden tornarse difíciles de llevar. Me ha tocado dirigir un proyecto enteramente elaborado desde las manos de mujeres que, así como el de ustedes, quizás no sabían qué valiosas eran hasta que se los dices, hasta que vives con ellas, porque en efecto no se dirige desde WhatsApp. Tú tienes que vivir, tienes que recorrer este país para tú saber quiénes son los que están. Y pienso que algo fundamental ocurre en Venezuela, que quizás CAF sabe muy bien, es que apoyar proyectos que generen
supporting projects that generate the interest of the people and how the system creates possibilities and creates progress from art. Us, personally, I think a huge gap is information and education in schools. I think something fundamental is to give value to of art and culture, the true value, and teach that you can be prosperous and have important projects. In our case, we've designed a project like Puntadas for the future, both related to take into account small sectors. Manos Maestras directs women that even though having an active age are not working, and they are co-creators because we must dignify talent, dignify jobs, and they are a vital part of each of our designs, as well as the project Puntadas para el Futuro, which is something that even I should not have to have that responsibility. It's a public policy responsibility. But when you have the responsibility of providing a job and understanding that the teen needs your support, well, then there's the need of sponsoring education of those children and your team. So when that structure of your project is so important and vital beyond of making a beautiful garment, maybe this is how we build the legacy of each of these techniques in demonstrating that it's possible to design and create from culture and believing in the future, of course. I have a fan. And all of you have touched upon the fact that culture Work, beauty, fashion are part of human experience and they are very important. They change the lives of the people with whom we work with. Fashion is an industry that provides jobs, generates productivity in small and big localities, and can have an impact that sometimes generates conflict. And it is complicated to work with a textile artist. So, with this reference framework from your experience, from your practice, which have been some of your strategies to strengthen artisanal production? And here, if you could tell us about your experience. Well, I got to IT with no strategy first. I was very surprised. And for me, the dream when you've worked in big fashion houses where the artisans have certain power and they work with designers. I was an assistant of Karl Lagerfeld in Chanel. And when you talk with the people that makes couture, there is a horizontal conversation. And I found people of falsely submissive women, they are very powerful, but where it started being a exchange, but also a re-education for me. Everything I learned in France also taught me how I did not want to be. This wasn't a technique or a system that could be applied. We worked with these women that are heads of their homes, so they work at home and they can keep having their lifestyle, their animals, their children. They changed my life. And it changed theirs a bit. Simply, a lot of them can live from what they do. And I noticed that none of them want to migrate. They all want to be in their land. If they can live on their land and have a future, and that is the problem we have today. My first utopia was to make clothing that could compete with these fashion houses. We got to Net-a-Porter with a garment of these girls that could be worth $2,500. So the problem is how we see the future, how we can preserve. So, but we need some type of organizations, political, social policies that consider artisans as an economic unit and that we have a lot to learn. So when I got to Tahiti, I thought that the garden was a garden with flowers, but now my garden has food, and this changes everything. These are sustainable people, very modern and contemporary. So I think where we must focus. Investments also have to come from the state. Uh, what has been your experience in strengthening artisanal production? That's a hard question. The most important thing was to learn to unlearn our designs. We make them with more than 200 women of 70 states of the Republic. And we've been doing this for 30 years. We respect the context of the artisans with whom we work with. And it's not about the designer of the city going to communities and telling them what to do. Precisely, my process of unlearning is that the best designers, artists of my country are artisans, and it's them who teach us. So I had, for some time in the 90s, when I started working in design, it was a time where Mexico only looked towards the north. We wanted to be United States. The government was insisting industrializing Mexico and forget about eating tacos and start eating burgers. And me being a designer, I always heard that in Mexico there was no fashion, that trends came from Europe and production should happen in Asia. On the other hand, I joined some brigades of the government of doing partners between designers and artisans to fulfill a demand where tourists that were in Mexico were very interested and liked the artisans' techniques, but they did not like the geometry of traditional Mexican garments. So the designer, young one, went to the mountains of Chiapas with her European design patterns, and we noticed that these techniques were not compatible with what is done in the communities. When you cut a textile done by hand, it's open, and you must do the sewing by machine. So we threw away these tools from outside, and I asked the woman to teach me how they did their garments. And this is the square root of the garments in our territories. In Latin America, the majority of indigenous peoples use squares and rectangles, and they are joined by hand. So I only had to observe uh, and do innovation from tradition. So these are some of the garments you've done with the square root. Look, personally, I did cut the frame precisely because trust for me is the base of all relationships that exist in co-creation. When I say I have moved to any of the points in my country to understand why a garment is like this way, it's because I've put myself in the shoes of that artisan when they have no electricity, where they don't have basically what anybody needs. And that is why so it's giving the place that corresponds to each of them and not being one more in the value chain, but making them part of this process of co-creation, giving them the privilege of visibilization makes it so that the work is dignified. In particular, I also understand, I was bold enough to learn from them. I go to each of these places, but from now on, I promise myself to have residencies where I can understand the processes firsthand. And I think this is fundamental within this beautiful casualty of this invitation. I think it is necessary to improve design in Venezuela, and that these schools of designs that are transforming, there should exist a possibility of an undergraduate or postgraduate study so we can understand the value of the culture and design from the root. In Venezuela, certainly, there's 30 ethnicities where around 700,000 people and 400,000 belong to one. But we can learn from this ancestral legacy to provide continuity, because what is not shown is lost. The majority of these masters are dying, and there's no generational change. maybe because the youth don't see the possibility of creating new products through this knowledge and that they can be generous with their own development without moving place. And I agree, you don't have to move them. You can make this economy sustainable, keeping this cardinal rule of no more than 300 kilometers and maintaining the purity of a completely artisan product. So this is based on the formation and the legacy of all areas. Yes, and what you all three mentioned from different experience, this is important. The personal experience, the close relationship with your colleagues with whom you work with and develop products, and the importance of what is hyperlocal, the knowledge of techniques and the preservation, artisan techniques, creating a memory and educating new generations, both in appreciation and creation. But another challenge, or the opposite, how have you projected the identity of your regions internationally through fashion? Uh, is not only knowing intimately what is hyperlocal, but how to sell these products beyond your borders. Let's start with you, Gaba. Well, from my experience, we did something that Paraguay could say we're not very folkloric, please. What we do is conserving those ancestral techniques with a contemporary language. I could have a typical garment because wherever I go, if they compete with the big brands like Gucci, Louis Vuitton, these artisans are anonymous, but their knowledge and their cost is very high. The value is in the time they invest. This is completely hands on, and it's a textile that goes beyond that. It's difficult to know if it comes from Panama, Paraguay, but the technique is recognized. But what you can know from what time it is. So this is contemporary. So this has happened in design, gastronomy, and you can recognize ceviche, but it has the language of 2026. And someone from France can identify themselves. And then we do our magic. It's not the same thing to have a garment that is mass produced or an artisan piece. So this is our challenge, having a language that is completely contemporary. And the artisans are prepared. And above all, not doing cultural appropriation. I cannot do a typical Paraguayan blouse, but I can honor with that language and mix it with the needs of today and do an absolutely modern product. And that is what we try to do at a great scale. On screen, this is a similar technique of your blouse. Yes, we work with one textile called opoi. That textile, you take out, you can turn it into a flat or into some sort of a web. So the challenge of it's a textile, and people hallucinate because when you come closer, you see that the work is marvelous. It's almost couture. I know the French would hate me for that, but we can do that. That a girl anywhere in the world, a fashion victim, would want to wear this, and this comes from our heritage. how uh, how can you, like the minister was dressed, and that moved me a lot there. You can see that the way you interpret is how you can sell, because at the end of the day, it's how you can work in a sincere manner. This is not appropriation. You are reinterpreting techniques, talking with the voice of those who have their knowledge, but with us with a different background can take inspiration and create something new, speaking with their language and communicating those subjects. It's quite complicated to imagine how we can take from Venezuela a project like ours. I think it has not been easy, but not impossible. But we've tried to take it as an example so maybe others can do the same, having not only the knowledge, the experience of seeing all of these garments and recognizing in these techniques of this cultural heritage, but with spoken with such honesty, sincerity of how we produce, that this image that they can see in Portuguesa with a manipulation technique of textiles that is not created by myself. I just reinterpreted the use of this, of, well, this international client has seen this. They have seen how genuine we are as a brand, our honesty. And this makes me feel very proud because we're not only making a product for myself, but we're creating a product that speaks about my country, of what I truly want people to know of Venezuela. And without a doubt, allows that others become inspired and connect with the value of popular culture and the vernacular that as a continent unites us, but definitely in each of the countries makes this flavor different. And a note, right now we have an exposition of South American fashion in Mexico City. And this photo here is part of the sample. So, Carla, how have you taken Mexican fashion to an international level? I uh, agree with you. Fashion is very complex and goes through a lot of hands. And fashion in indigenous communities is unthinkable. You see their processes and you cannot believe it. So, in our fashion house, we say that aside from being designers, we're some sort of cultural agents or facilitators, and we believe in our clients as collectionists. And so that our clients become collectionists, they need to understand processes. And to understand processes, what we do is that we have to record them. We must show them visually, because imagine the secretary has a dress made in a loom. This loom, the artisan, she harvests the cotton herself. She sews it herself. She cleans it herself. Then she goes to the mountain and builds her own loom, and then she weaves it into that garment that could take up to 6 months. And she's got the knowledge and the knowledge of her community in it. If you don't show it this way, it's very hard to understand processes. And we've had the fortune that art museums and fashion museums and curators have taken us to show the marvels of these processes of how we create fashion in Mexico through these ancient processes that have about 3,000 years. This is the exposition that happened in the Chanel space. Uh, she introduced me to Florence Mueller. She's a curator that does expositions for Dolce Gabbana, Dior, and she was looking for a sustainable project to have a expo, and we've been working for 30 years in this creative collaborations. We had created an expo for Denver Museum that later was in Mexico City, and we finished in Chanel. And what you mentioned, we had collaboration with Mexicans artisans. We had an expo in Boston. There were 40 workshops, of which 10 were for Mexican artisans. And in France, we had workshops from Michoacan artisans, and they had collaboration designed with French fashion houses. They couldn't believe it. They said, "How is it possible that Addis Beth knows how to make this amate paper, and she can use beads and all of these processes?" They cried. I had a woman next to me crying when she explained her processes. And let's not forget, they've always told that that is this folklore is not fashion, but this is a lie. In that trip, I realized that haute couture of my country is done in the jungles, in the mountains, in the Mexican coast. And this is how we do this expos. We also do books, manuals, and we ask the best photographers in the world, like Graciela Turmide, to photograph the best artisans and best artists, as I mentioned before. So the best for the best. And there are words of which, like memory, innovation, and in relation to fashion, how can you connect modernity with tradition? How could you weave them? What do you think are the challenges and possibilities, Gava? Well, this is one of the big challenges because you know that working in fashion is very hard. Now, in 2026, there's no trends, but we cannot be repetitive. So, year after year, we must understand that if they are morphological changes, because there has to be, because we are in a market, but it's hard to consume the time of the weavers. They have different time frames, but but memory must be innovated so that young people and new generations understand it. If not, it's something of memory, something traditional, and this heritage can become contemporary. And this is the challenge of designers may turn this into a future, because if we only have a collection that anybody can do with Chanel or whoever, but any brand, it's going to be a station, but then we'll have lives, families, So these are not short projects. These are projects that must have a vision, and with that vision, we must increase the standard because artisans have the knowledge, but if we have an order from an international platform where they ask for 50 dresses, well, they have to be perfect. So the limit of them is not only their tradition, is their knowledge, and the knowledge is infinite. So have them to be updated. And you don't only have to be the translator, so that unfortunately, in South America, we have huge social differences. Uh, I want to have a powerful middle class that has a political awareness. Sometimes I think that tomorrow we're going to be talking about democracy and economy, but this, but we are in a shortage of our culture, and here we need. Uh, this cannot be lost. A human being without culture is a human being without water. So this is what we need to keep conserving our ancestral techniques. Is that culture is the structure of society. It is the point where politics and society converge. Sorry, and as you said, this convergence between economy, democracy, and sustainability, what you were, the three of you were talking about, is a convergence of all these three things. Your work in fashion converges in sustainability, environmental sustainability, in a better quality of life and equity for indigenous peoples and the people in rural areas, in providing access to a better level of life. So we're talking about fashion, but not only that, have, like fashion, have a capacity of penetrating to the most remote parts of our countries. And well, Carla, what is your expectation of modernity and tradition? How do they connect? In Latin America, we know work has the present, past, and future of those involved. In this region, we're very proud of working with our hands. And now more than ever, in this time of AI and robotization, I think it is important to take care of jobs because now there's so many robots, and also see what we can do through production. Look what Jenny said. For me, WhatsApp was the best thing that could happen in my life. I am not against technology, and I think it's a great tool. And WhatsApp allowed me to work and solve things in a fascinating manner. And this connectivity also means an area of opportunity. And right now, I've been working for 30 years with indigenous communities. And the electronic payment methods that could be implemented in all the corners where artisans live is marvelous. It is something we must strengthen and provide. Another identified opportunity with Secretary Alejandra Claros is how looking at the regional courier services is important to be able to sell. We all need to sell. And if you are in the farthest away mountain, there are networks in our territories that deliver medicine. And I'm investigating that in Mexico. And we could have alliances and have an artisan courier that goes from south to north, east to west, and allows to have more sales in a safe way. Because let's not forget, we also work with different things aside from textiles, like ceramics. Another thing is to do fairs. I know in Colombia does it very well. I had the opportunity of working with the government, and we based on Colombian artisans and a fair in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And in only 6 years, there's more than 1,200 artisans that with one fair, they can live 3 or 4 to 5 months. So I don't know if we begin, I don't know if in Venezuela or with Paraguayan artisans, we can start opening these opportunities. And there's many more. We don't have them here, but that have been proved, and in some cases we've seen they work. So let's hope to have more opportunities like this ones. I want to mention a subject is that each of these techniques, I see them as rituals that can be surprised. If somebody in France could be surprised, it's because these are rituals where the product results convert, of going full circle from planting the cotton, all the aspects to turn that product into reality. So following these ideas, I think a fundamental part for us would be to recognize us between Latin America and know that there is no way to do this alone. If we're in such important space and a communication driver, doing this alone is impossible. We must be united so that this voice is of the artists is finally heard, because we all want to sell, but it has to be done through spaces where we can demonstrate it and structure and teach or learn structure, because a lot of these things happen because some of these artisan processes are undervalued because they think they should be worthless because they spend, sometimes they don't know, they spend 6 months working on one product. This should depend on formation or education of our clients so that they recognize that time as very valuable. So understanding how amazing these techniques are, but where a lot of techniques converge and a lot of women are behind these garments. And something important is that many of these artisans are not only able to create products in cooperation with brands, but they have also dedicated themselves to teach their peers how to have processes of cost structure that might seem trivial, but this is vital for this to prevail. So yeah, what you mentioned, Jenny, this idea of thinking of the region as a cultural block in terms of fashion, that is when we begin to having research for the Expo of Latin American fashion, and we started writing the book, part of the process is doing research of what has been done before to know. And so something that surprised us is that in 2023, there had never been a Latin American expo of fashion in anywhere else in the world. We had design expos or art expos, but never a book on Latin American fashion. Maybe there was one of Mexican fashion, Colombian fashion, or specific designers, but there was not a conglomerate of the region. And there was a lot of talent with international impact. For example, Nina Garcia, editor in chief, she's a Colombian, or Carolina Herrera, she comes from Venezuela, Oscar de la Renta, Dominican, these huge names that we all know. And in the imaginary, they never say they are Latin America. They're not considered Latin American. So, us as cultural institutions, as publications, as writers, we must give the honor and the place it deserves Latin American fashion because the work exists. This panel is a sample of this. We're not inventing, making it up that there's no talent in the region. In different places, organisms such as this, gathering us, having these conversations. This is part of writing our own narratives and stories and giving value to the work of all of us, including artisans, creators, and artists. Yeah, Cartier Foundation said this, that they have not been bold enough to have new formats of exhibition, like expos on textiles. And this definitely is the risk of whoever is bold enough. But whoever is bold enough, why not dare for more through this whole scope? Okay, and now speaking of these organizations and gathering, let's talk about impact. The impact of ethics, fashionable ethics, the impacts on communities and Latin American markets. And Gava, it's your turn. Well, when we talk about impact, in our case, we can never have an impact because it's slow fashion, but in time, but also international brands are also slow fashion. But unfortunately, the standards there are recognized, and in our continent, they're not. So maybe our challenge is that our artisans are paid as European artisans. When that happens, the impact is going to be less. The artisan is going to be able to have, they're not going to create more different children. So when we are able to accomplish this, we're going to have a great change, and our impact is going to be social. That is the challenge we have, and that future artisans are designers, and that they don't need a voice, and they have the possibility to go and hear what they can do with their community. Look, every time I see those photos, it's not evidence, it's not proof. Is that I have understood that the fundamental impact behind this, that that I am here, being the voice of many of other brands. I would like to get them to know, because this, I believe it completely, that each believes they are part of that final product, that they feel as co-creators. I think I was trained as a designer, but without a doubt, becoming a professional in the midst of these last 23 years of work in Venezuela, maybe that I would have liked to study outside, having lived all these situations, to understand, to be the voice of each one of them and make them feel respected and have the place they really deserve. And the impact is that not only they were left in the biggest stampedes, because migration in Venezuela is one of the greatest in the world. So if they decided to stay because when they were treated correctly, it's because that impact, even though we cannot measure it in millions or volume, it's something I am grateful for. Is that they taught us that slow processes are necessary, and respecting them in artisans are much more valuable, because when you demonstrate that the value of time, they can perform better their jobs. And then you have a perfect circle. You have a beautiful product with a real story, with an artisan that feels understood, and to continue working in a project. Carla? In our fashion house, if it doesn't cost, you don't protest. So part of the work we must have is to solve problems of our industry. We must develop fashion systems that are ethical and maintain a social and environmental equilibrium. I'm going to talk to you about some examples from which we've participated. For our fashion house, it was much more profitable to buy industrial textiles from abroad than to buy it from Mexican artisans. Why? Because I demonstrated that I bought to the textile. You see that I bought a foreign textile, but I couldn't demonstrate to the textile. You see that I bought a textile from the lady of a small town. And this is one of the most sustainable products. It has all the environmental equilibrium in it. But we went to the secretary of the tax agency and we said, "You're not helping us to work with artisans. On the contrary, you're benefiting the industrial part, the foreign part." And we accomplished this. The system changed, and here it's already working for a decade.
Mexico is the only country in the world who has a law who protects the property, intellectual property, and collective of the indigenous populations and Afro-descendants and mestizos as well. So there is a law because it's part of the council, of the civic council, because it's gonna be able, because it's gonna be, I don't know, maybe we have the pending regulations, of course, because there is a regularity negative floor as well, but which is a very simple. So the law says if you want to work or if you want to do this kind of things, you should work. We need to start working with this tenant of Tenango. And if you don't want to work with this, if you want to have it outside of the context or whatever you want, we need to ask for permission for the communication. So tell me who is the whole communicating things, because it's not the embroiderer, so it's really expensive. And besides, we don't know if the community is gonna say, well, if accepts or if it doesn't accept or what. So what is fostering the law in this case is that we work, not really, because we'll be ancestors and everything, so it's gonna be able to do so. So we're gonna place the hands that is gonna be able to work, because we're gonna start talking and sit in the way. Well, we got started because we need to try to respect the day. We're about to end it up, but we have the last question, and it's gonna be about the fashion. Please, as you were saying, is contaminant, and it's gonna be able. So in this case, with the artisans, because are the less contaminants, because there are too many, they're gonna be able, because they do respect the daily basis nature, because of the scarcity, because it's gonna be able, because it's gonna be able, because of the industrialization that contaminates, for example, the contemporary world in this case. So I do believe this community because of this communication. Well, I think the same, likewise, of course, because I do believe that also is going to be hand by hand with the amounts of production. So it would be really naive that you say that all of us were going to cover the sun with just one finger, that you're not generating pollution. But I guess it's pretty important also is reduce a little bit related to the social phase according to the sustainability, the equilibrium, because of the social, the ethics where you are working with. So I guess, personally speaking, it's very difficult to the space. I tell my team just one problem to this social, we need to struggling and everything, something that because we try to do in order to know who are these vendors to use related to about the knowledge to the whole all the sustainability, because we're gonna be able in our times, because the economy is gonna be with these terms that only has to be massive. Of course, they have to be made in China, and if we're here because we have in order to show, because it's not only the beautiful of a product or the huge part that we have been, it has a result and social results and evidence. And Carola? I would answer that We need to do what they say they don't have to do. Because even if we're gonna be suicide with the schools of business, we need to go smooth, slow, but in order to be ready to everyone. Because the massive production is killing the planet. So we need to understand this job today is not working for an additional from the others. So in this fashion, as we say in Mexico, we don't be just waters, of course. Why do not think about together because of the Latin American and Caribbean, of course. Well, it has been pretty interesting to listen to the perspectives of you three, and I'm gonna ask you to thank Carla Cavaneggi for her speech today. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to Tanya for being moderating this panel as well, and it's really enriching conversation. There are more panels. There is a blue sala, there is a blue inspiration, there is silent ones when you can scan the QR code, and you're gonna be able through your headphones in this case. Thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.